Check it.
Oh no.
Queenie. Take it. I'm attacking it.
I just defended.
I'm killing it.
Oh no.
Queen. Draw game. That was exciting.
I can't believe this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I just had a free room. I
Oh.
didn't take it. I didn't keep moving it.
Oh yeah, you could have.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it's free.
I'm not being ended, guys.
Hey, where are we? What's the time? What happened? Oh yeah, you hit? Okay, fine. Wait, are we missing the walk? Did you move? Okay, there was some confusion. I think I would have flagged. I was like, woo, finally won! I never beat her!
Hello everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. We have RETI here. We have a Nimzovich defense. That's fun. That's a fun opening. Where am I hearing this twice? It's up there. It's on my phone. Okay. I believe the best move here is just to play d5. Kick the knights around. Gotta be styling with the pieces and the fit. It's mandatory. What I made the rules. Alright, so we're getting started here. This will be a fun match. back going. Sorry for the dropped keyframes there. Alright, so now we get d5. The journey of this knight has begun. Good job, Alex, coming out the opening. Super strong. Oh, we gotta move. What did we get? Castles. Makes sense. Makes sense. Everything should be set up well enough now. Apologies for the delay. And if anyone's getting any technical issues with it freezing or anything like that, just let me know in the chat and I'll try to get it fixed as fast as possible. My name is RETI. I'm out here in the United States and looking at this amazing tournament. This will be super fun. So, as I said earlier, we're doing a Nimzovich defense, and I haven't played this line before on either side, so I'm kind of going in a little blind. I don't know exactly what the best moves are, but we're gonna do our best. Chessboard was closer to my main screen. That's fine. Looks like we have a few reasonable candidates here, though. We could try to get this bishop going. We could get rid of this dark-haired bishop. Computer's saying we could potentially castle queenside, but I avoid that when I can. Not my favorite in classical, unless there's like a really big gut punch, like you get a check for it or something. I don't know. I need a little bit extra to want to go queenside. They're just such sketchy little castles. Well, big castles. Other option is, if we were to try to set up for something like this, just like hucking the h-pawn at this structure, since we already committed. That wouldn't be a terrible idea either. Yeah, I like this one. I like this idea. This is practical. Grounded in reality here. Just to hollow out that really good bishop before you go off and do other things. Oh, voice is much quieter than music. Thank you for telling me. Get that fixed. What the heck is going on? Yeah, that music can get pretty loud. Not gonna lie. Is this better? Test, 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 test. It looks like Alex is super prepped for this game as far as how quickly she was throwing out moves. I think she did a little bit of database work because, yeah, her opponent does not look super comfortable, and this is early. Test, test, test. Can you hear me okay? Testing. This is good. That's good. Cool. Thank you for letting me know. Any technical problems? Can't see, can't hear, just let me know. I can get it fixed as fast as possible. But yeah, like I was saying, we're playing Dimitrovic defense. I have never seen Alex play it on the white side. It's not a super common opening for black. My guess is she did some prep work. That's what it looks like. Yeah, because she's flying through these moves super fast. Not like crazy fast, like checking, making sure. Okay, there we go. Now we have chat. I have chat on the side. Ooh, full send of variation. Let's go. Win, lose, or draw, we will not be here long. I mean, it's not that crazy. Like, this idea is coming. It's all very sound. It's just going to be quick. This is going to be quick. Her opponent does not look happy with this. Yeah, the only reason I even know this opening is because I have like these little sets of playing cards. Oh, and she's walking away. She used to not walk away enough. It's meta. Gotta walk away. These playing cards that... Oh, they have them right here. So it's like... can see. You can't. It's just a bunch of chess openings, but in playing cards. And I use them to kind of just remind myself that other openings exist. And that's the only reason I even know this opening. But I've never seen it over the board against me as white. So it's very novel. And if this is her thing, looks like she got booked, like looked up. She got databased. In theory, it's nice to have like a signature opening. But if you have one, make sure it's one of the top 10 openings in the world. And then you won't run into these nuisances. Like, Nepo always plays the Petrov, but the Petrov is really annoying to beat, so who cares? Can we see everything okay? Board's the okay size. It's a little small, but I don't want to cover their faces. Oh, she looks stressed out. She is not happy. She has been here before, and she has not liked her results. Like, the eval bar is not super ridiculous. I mean, it's pretty good. Like, getting almost a pawn advantage out of Tempe in the opening is pretty brutal. Yeah, I have a mobile version here. It's pretty sad. Sorry, mobile people. If it's unwatchable, guys, just let me know and I'll figure something else out. I want this to be an inclusive stream. I don't want my phone people left out. Oh, this might be a smash grab win. I think that she did good prep work. I think she's very confident in it. How many points? I'd have to look at my little document. But I don't want to break the stream. Do I have a mod who has that info? The score? For the tournament? I don't want to... I'd like two things. I'd like her opponent's name in the chat. I think there's a prompt for that. That looks like the old one. Disregard. Disregard. If we get one of our other mods in here who can update that, then that'll be cool. But for now, we'll just enjoy the chess. Only thing I would have done differently, instead of queenside castling here, is I would have probably just took this out and then figured out to the bishop. But these ideas are pretty synergistic. You don't have to do that right now, and after your queenside castling is good, you can do h4, h5. I believe that she's looking at ideas like bishop g4, maybe like c takes d5, trying to get a, I guess, knight, yeah, bd7, trying to redeploy the knight. I thought this journey was gonna happen a while ago, but I guess we had different priorities. Hey, but this is a nice way to start your game off. It's white, like, sick. You had to sit on this for like 4 hours. Comfy. So it's not bad. I don't think she has any rush for this bishop. This bishop doesn't really have any play, in my opinion. I mean, as you were saying, you do something. I forget who said it, but bishops are the only piece that are good from their starting square, I think. I forget who said that, but I agree with it. Like, this bishop can see all the same squares from this square or any of these other squares. You know what I mean? Except these would be suicidal, but you know what I mean. So yes, but I probably have different priorities depending on what black does here. Yeah, she's hyped. She likes it. This is all prep. I bet this is all prep for her. Just can't panic, can't throw out any weird moves. And the only reason that I'm not immediately like trying to knee-jerk this bishop out, even though that might be a fine idea, is I just feel that everything's so tightly consolidated. This king is frozen here. We can just start, you know, using the energy from our queenside castle to try to start attacking as much as we can, or getting rid of annoying defensive utility. But all depends what black does. I'm sure that she's very tempted to, I mean, probably bishop g4 followed by knight bd7. Probably. A little awkward, but you know, she chose the opening, so. Oh yeah, I mean, once the pawn structure settles, it'll be pretty easy to find a nice permanent home for this bishop. Yeah, like this drop back is pretty common, I would say. Like Fischer loved this little routing for the bishop, which will probably be super useful because of how the pawn structure is laid out. But we kind of want to see where she wants to put her minor pieces first, just to be sure. Because there's also a world where like c takes, right, and then I guess if c takes, I guess we would. I don't want to take in the center that way. I guess we would have to. So, you know, c takes, e takes, and then maybe we could play this routing. Another option. But this bishop again is not my priority. I don't want to do anything wasteful like this. There's no point. I'm not. Why would I want to aim my bishop this way? So this is just, I feel like more pressing, more right now. This idea. I'm also really glad that Alex has had 2 walkaways so far. Saving energy. This is my gift in tournaments. I calculate in my head, and I walk around. Oh, we're just talking about. You're talking about after this bishop exchange, that this would be easy to shut down with this? Yeah, exactly. So I was thinking about maybe doing this before the exchange, right? While you're physically blocking the h-pawn. Both of my monitors are in ads. I wonder if everybody's in an ad at the same time, or if they all just give you random ad timings. They gotta fix the ad system on Twitch. It's miserable. Yeah, that's the main idea here, is that h-pawn, as soon as she castled queenside, as soon as this idea was on the board, like, this or some variation of this has to happen, you know? Like, there's even like a world, let's say these were gone, where you just, you know, throw like the entire, everything in the kitchen sink, pawn-wise there. If you feel there's going to be some type of delay. But there's like a very elegant solution right now, just because this is a, you know, this is here, after takes, queen takes, knight g4. I guess this is what she's calculating. Would it be best to just make this happen right now? Get the knight up? Probably not, no. I don't think there's any way where this would be the right idea. Just hollowing out your own king side. Yeah, you kind of have to wait for Alex to do it. Ooh. Yeah, I would not want to be playing this opening right now. What's everyone's favorite opening for black against e4? But specifically, if you have to not lose. Not if you have to win, but if you have to not lose. What's your favorite opening? If you have to not lose as black against e4, what is your favorite opening? Nice board walking around. Fantastic. Good content. She's just calculating her head the entire time. Oh, what? I did not consider that. What's even happening on this side of the board? Yeah, that was a huge blunder. What does that even do? I feel like this move just kind of plays itself, right? Like... we weren't even talking about that. That's what I was saying. Like, there's nothing happening over there. Like, you don't need a computer to know that. You know what I mean? It's like you have 8 guns pointed this way, right? Whew, I did say this was not going to be a long game. It was either going to go, she's going to fall into some devastating trap, or she's just going to just go straight for the king, because it's already so obvious. Like, it's okay to have obvious king placement, but you need to have like very dynamic pieces as like a threat. Like, yes, my king is over here, however, I have like abreast CD pawns that are going to make it difficult to progress, or I'm going to create a counterattack on the queen side, or you need something to, I see you, but I raise you X if you're gonna have a like a stationary king, especially as black, right? Because the white's already attacking you anyway. So I'm sure there's a lot of fun novelties in the system, but I don't know. I'm a pessimist. I'm past the novel stage in my classical career. I like the openings that work really good because I'm lazy. Well, they have increment, so the game could be 4 hours long. You know, 4.5, 5 hours long. Impossible to know. And there might be also a second stage time control where they get an extra hour after move 40. Pretty common. So I don't think the clock's going to be much of a factor this game. I think it's going to be pretty much all locked into the board. I really hope that she just like says yup and just slams this idea, because it's so easy to play right now. And I think someone in the chat pointed out, usually when someone throws an h4 you can throw them an h5 and then you're safe for the most part, like a little bit of kingside damage. And then if this shape did happen, then maybe bishop c4 would be like a really nice idea. Try to get rid of this bishop, use this long diagonal. You know, if the bishop's on c4, you know, it changes the dynamics if these pawns are locked up. But we're in this unique case where Alex did not snap this bishop off, so we're able to do a lot more movements that would be more punishing without them being able to do anything. I want to just throw h4 so bad. It would just, I imagine like throwing a rock like at a glass house, just like, here you go. Dink. That'll make her game so much easier. And especially since she's already castled queenside, there's like nothing to lose. It's like the whole point of castling this way is that you just full send it with these pawns. There it goes! Huzzah! I read the future. I mean, it plays itself, but you know what I mean. I don't know what a cheap viewer is. I'm just happy you're all here, enjoying the chess. Is it bad that I'm getting stressed out for her opponent? I'm starting to feel pressure on her behalf. This would be, like, think about it from her perspective. This would be so uncomfortable. Like, this is probably like her main line that she likes to play. This is like her, I bet she has a ton of games in the database with this line. Alex probably looked it up before and said, okay, well, let's just run that. Memorize the first couple ideas, the structures that she wanted to do. And now it looks like we're a pawn and a half down without any material going off the board. Yuck. If anyone's familiar with this line or plays this Nimzovich system for black, is this like a thing that happens? Is there a trick that could be coming from here? Like, the eval wouldn't register it, but there's a good idea. Yeah, we were talking about this move coming in. Bishop, yeah, bishop g4. We were talking about this. I like this. It's elegant. It holds down this pin, keeps h5 from happening right away. I mean, it has a pretty obvious counter. Yeah, this would be probably the most natural move. If you're feeling like a total beast, you could probably just full send it, sack your rook. No, I'm just kidding. The rook! Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like super uncommon. Did she just yeet the pawn? What a G. That's so cool. I would have probably done this in a slow game first. Just like, oh, gotta make sure everything is just right. Or that pin might add up later. She's like, nah, fuck it. Let's go. She's not gonna sack the rook, but it's just she's just gonna use the open file now. That's gonna be the idea. Just, you know, the idea is not that weird, right? It's you can take, you can just kind of bait with this pawn, maybe after some play, and then you're just looking for a combo like this. There's gonna be some pawn maneuvering. Yeah, it's pretty gangster. It's like, I like it. I approve. This is not gonna be a long game. That's what I'll say. Bob Ross is in the chat for painting with the chess pieces. Let's go. Man, we're on move 11, and we're looking at a 2-pawn edge with no pieces off the board. That's Oh, you walked in at a great time. We've had a lovely opening so far. This is just for anyone who's getting here. Here's how did we get here. So we had you know, a perk into a Nimzovich. Okay, cool. Developed nicely, punched the knight away, and I was a little bit questioning this move because I feel that queenside castling in these types of positions is a bit of an all-in. But then we had this really awkward move of a6, which stops nothing, and then we get this free play of these two moves that we were hoping to play from the beginning to just throw a pawn at the structure, and now here we are, and yeah, Alex is sitting on almost a 2-pawn advantage without any pieces leaving, so good for her. It wasn't even that aggressive though, like, to be honest. It was very natural. There's no material off, but like yeah, it wasn't like that it was aggressive. It's not that Alex could have sat there and like, oh, I want to play a really all-in game today. It was just that black played an opening that allowed such a all-in game, and she's just putting pieces in the holes. Yeah, it was just it was too passive of an opening, like taking no center. Oh, if you are on mobile, I could try to get you a bigger board. We were just talking about people like you. You came up in our discussion. Like, would it be better if I don't know. I don't want to cover their faces. A little better. I could throw it in the bottom right corner. Would you guys prefer that? I could do something like this. Whatever you want. Okay. Then I'll put it back. I tried though. I thought about you. Don't say I don't try. I'm ready. Like the opening. Oh, what is her opponent gonna play here? Because here's what I'm seeing. If the natural move is played, bishop takes, king takes, and then we all in at e5. Maybe that's too hard. Yep. Nice to meet you as well. Thanks for hanging out. Can everyone hear everything and see everything okay? That's like my main job. And then smattering my opinions about chess on top of it. It is a technical, amazing thing though that we could be in different continents and with just a couple of phones and computers. Ta-da! It's pretty cool. No. Oh, I thought you meant freeze up over the board. Oh, I don't care about any of that stuff. Girls have superpowers. They can wear whatever they want and never be cold, even if it's winter. Truth is, they are cold. They just can't complain about it. But I'm sure she's fine. And if things break down, there is a jacket back here. And she could activate jacket mode if she needs to. Well, I mean, that's a very specific case. I just mean the general girl, the greater girl power of being able to wear that and not get cold. You know what I mean? What is cold, though, is this h4, h5 full push advance. No fear. I mean, I like it because it's such a natural idea, and it's something that you would play in any type of game. It's just also, like, I don't know. These are weird games when this type of stuff happens, because you should be able to do all the right things. You shouldn't change your game plan too much, depending on what's going on. But at the same time, like, there are certain principles that people get reliant on and they want to play all the time. I call it forcing the shape. Like, if there's an opening structure that you really enjoy and you don't know what's going on, you're just going to play that shape. You know, some people like the King's Indian defense shape, or like I'm very partial to like the Grunfeld shape or the Catalan shape. And so sometimes when I'm like, I don't know, I just like to make that shape. But this is a good example of, you know, playing against the opening that you're playing against right now, finding the holes in it. This is passive. I'm going to be active. She's not taking space. I'm going to take space. And I like that. Being reactive. All my favorite chess games I've ever played, I didn't know what game I was going to be playing that day. I was just reacting to the opportunities that my opponent gave me. So it's exciting, though. This is an exciting position to use. I think that it will... I think it's going to go okay. We're up to about a 2-pawn advantage. Computer keeps working it. Depending on what move is played here, the spread can be anywhere from being down 2 pawns. And even like a slight inaccuracy here can be fatal. Like, a move that I don't think anyone here would play, but, you know, maybe you would, is, let's say bishop takes knight. Now we're at a 4 cents a pawn swing. I don't know who would want to do that. That'd be silly, but you know what I mean. That there's not a lot of moves here that are going to keep the position even at the 2 pawn disadvantage. So Alex hits a football field, her opponent gets a tightrope. That's essentially how this is going to go. No, I think that she knew she was going to play h4, h5 as soon as she queenside castled. Like, why else would you play that move, you know? Like, it's harder to defend. You don't have as good natural placements for your pieces. You usually have to waste a king move to get over to b1 if you need to hold down those pawns. When you do that king move, you have back rank issues. There's, like, not a very stable structure unless you just have a full press, which she does. So, it's correct. Oh, that's kind of a cute idea. What happens if knight takes? Kind of unsheathing. I guess it doesn't matter. Knight takes. Bishop e2. I feel like bishop e2 might be a good utility move at some point, depending on what happens. Because I'm still a little unclear, like, after this line, how we're going to get all of our value. I'm pretty sure you just have to hollow this out, and then maybe do like a full press, like f4 or e5 or e5 right away, or maybe f3, g4. There has to be some good combination of pawn moves that you could do. Actually, I kind of like the. Let's see, ticks. I still need to do this first. This will probably be a deep think. We might be looking at this move for quite some time, because her opponent is very strong. There's no reason she doesn't know that this is a tight spot. I would probably blow like at least 15 minutes on this move, and I like to move pretty fast. I think a normal player would probably spend maybe like at least 15-20 minutes, depending on how the stages work. But she also didn't move that fast at the beginning of the game. I think they started with 90 minutes, and she wasn't cranking early either. Alex was moving a lot faster, which made me feel that this was prep work. Because again, I've never seen Alex play this opening before. It's white or black, so it just seems like she looked it up and threw the moves on the board, and yeah, she's chilling. I love Zelda. This is one of my favorite menu songs of all video games. Fun. Yeah. I mean, when you're in a position like this, I feel like half of your calculation is spent wishing you calculated sooner something else on a different move. Like wishing you put that energy and time. Like, because to be frank, there's not that much you can calculate out of this to fix the fact that she's going to be down 2 pawns, right? So how much of your calculation is going to be like regret thinking, and how much of your calculation is going to improve your position? Because the best move isn't that hard to find, right? Let's see. Maybe it is. Yeah, I feel like it would be something like takes, queen takes. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, the main line is still the first thing we looked at. I think I learned this trick from Magnus. He basically says, like, if he has to look at an idea for 30 minutes, then there's no way that he's going to find it. That he just is having a moment of chess blindness, or he just doesn't understand the position. And I don't think that's like a hard, fast rule, but I think most of us, we have like a pretty good initial instinct of what to play, and then we're just checking to make sure that we didn't have a weird moment. But I feel that a lot of this calculation time that's being spent right now would have been better spent 2 or 3 moves ago. Whatever made her throw a6 on the board, if we took that move back and put this amount of calculation, then I think we'd have a pretty solid position, at least a playable one. But now it's just going to be a swindle from here. She can pull this off. Zip. I'm going to step away for 2 seconds. If a move happens while I'm away, just type it in the chat. I'll throw it on the board. I'll be right back. Looks like we got a move. What did we get here? Am I blind? Oh, yes, I am blind. It was the move that I knew was going to happen, so I didn't even see it because it was already in my brain. Yeah, so here's where I was like, okay, what do we do with this? My first instinct was just like, finish this idea. Get rid of this, king takes, and then, then it's a little unclear, but that just feels like the natural starting point. The other idea was just to break this and then maybe use this knight, but I don't really see any direct purpose for this knight, except for like maybe like finishing off here after everything's been kind of exchanged, like maybe helping with a mate threat or something like that. Let's see. I feel like most ideas have this E5 trigger idea in it at the end. Either to start it off or a punchline. Yeah, I think that we had to finish off this dark squared bishop, get rid of all the potential, because like this is not that many moves away. You know what I mean? Like that's not that crazy to find. It's not that strong, but it's not that hard to find. It's a reasonable threat. This bishop probably has already done its job. We just needed to get this file open and not get locked up. So we don't really need this bishop anymore. Not as much as black needs this bishop. So probably just snap off the bishop. This might be an interesting idea. Probably just would take after. Yeah, all three of these are pretty good. Either giving this knight more play, which I don't know if you need, but you know, maybe to help with this idea, make it more forcing. Excuse me. Sorry, it's early here. Yeah, I think those are the best candidates. So, takes, full sending it with e5, or bishop e2. All very strong. They will probably all happen, just in different orders. There's an old Russian chess story, where they're in a chess class and the teacher puts 3 moves on the board. Let's say the 3 moves were bishop takes, bishop, e5, or bishop e2, right? Just pretend. It's like, all right, everybody, see which move is best, and then when you're ready, go ahead and put your answers up at the front of the class. And so as soon as half of the class submitted their answers, the teacher says, all right, if you've submitted your answer, you are correct. If you have not submitted an answer, you are incorrect. And the moral of the story is that all the moves seem pretty good. They're all different, they create different types of games, but there's no innate problem behind any of these ideas. The only wrong idea would be taking too long to come to the consensus that any of these ideas would be fine. But she can check where they go, make sure she knows what she's buying. I do feel like there's like a nice edge with having that, hour on the clock against the 45, and squandering it just deciding what type of game you want to play could be, could be a time mistake. Especially since White's ideas are a lot simpler to find. Yeah, don't burn up your clock. But there's always that feeling like when you're playing, like, oh, I don't want to blow this, I don't want to miss something obvious. Right? Having good blunder checking, these are all super duper important things. Oh my gosh. I have one of my chats, my phone that's up is doing chat. It just got hit with a 6 ad streak. How is this platform gonna function? It's a live app. Crazy. Luckily, classical chess is slower. I wonder what she's thinking about. I'm pretty sure she's looking at what happens after this Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is pretty obvious, right? This triangle paints itself. Oh, thanks for the follow, Android234. Appreciate ya. Computers are so funny. I was looking at this move early on, and the computer's like, I guess. Whatever. It's okay. And now it's over here going like, hey, Bishop E2 is amazing, you can play it if you want. Like, I told you about Bishop E2, computer. You weren't even considering it. I like it just because it's really practical. Yeah. That was what I wanted to do. Computer was just trying to, I wanted to do this or I wanted to do this. But there's really no reason why you wouldn't want the queen to come closer. So why waste that accelerant of being able to go over here? Makes sense. Let that eval bar just keep on going. No way. No shot. The computer is so scared of this bishop right now that it wants you to save this bishop to have some hope of doing this connection and just sack your rook. So the computer is freaking out. It's like, do something. I mean, just walking around, like I personally, when my opponent is thinking, I feel that by me sitting in front of them, they're more conscious of how much time they're using. And so even if I'm just like a little bit off the board or I'm walking around the venue or something, I feel that the chances of them going into a really deep think and blowing up like 30 minutes, 20 minutes just goes up dramatically. And so I'm a big fan of not being at the board, and that's just me. I feel that at least at my level, that seems to work pretty well. And I like calculating in my head anyway. The pieces move around faster. Yeah, this is not going to be comfy for black. Yeah, none of the moves that we want to play are the moves that are being recommended to play. Like, this move is the move I would have played instead of playing a6, so this could have happened, you know, 3 turns ago. So this just feels like painfully late. This move, you know, e5. I'm more privy to this move, but this move is apparently not the strongest idea. Its clear favorite of ideas is this, and it's actually correct not to capture, because this bishop is so strong. You just let this bishop go back, and you just keep going with the e5 idea. Alright. I feel like we're going to get another deep think here, because none of these options look super fun to play. I'd say 80% chance she just does knight bd7, but... See? She's just walking around. See? She got that from me. She stole that. She used to only sit at the board. She didn't steal. You know what I mean. It's just a good strategy. Keeps your blood flow going. You can stretch. Look at some other games. Keep your mind fresh. It's good for you. I'm going to get another cup of coffee. If a move happens while I'm away, just throw it in the chat. I'll keep it rolling. I feel like it's going to be a deep think, though. I think that she's going to be looking at everything other than this. I don't think that a human would naturally want to just yeet their rook into the stratosphere when you're already kind of down. You know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't feel like something a human would want to do. I feel like the best human computer handshake move is probably knight bd7. Allegedly, you can play b5, but I'm not convinced that that's going to be timely enough. But we'll see. We shall see when I return. All right. Alright. Soul read. Alright. I want my little light back on. Okay. Alright. Crazy opportunity right now. A lot of opportunity. I don't know if this is where I would spend a ton of time as white, because it's pretty unclear, but it looks like this move is fantastic. If we can get e5 in right now, we secure the advantage, but it's hard to see because you have to see that d will take, and then you have to see that this can take, this can take. And then you play rook takes h5. That's crazy. Knight takes h5. Just liquidate and all in. That's a big calculation though. I think that you would need like 15 minutes, 20 minutes to find that. Hope she doesn't rush. This is a great time to have an hour on the clock, relax, calculate, go through all the stuff. Maybe a more natural human way to play that. Oh my, that's not the... That's... Can't be the right move order. She snapped this too quick. Yeah, there's... Ah, man. There was just like a little bit of prep that needed to be done there. That was the move that you had to grind. You had, like... This is a full-on bluff now. It's a full-on bluff. And it doesn't work because there's enough now without the rook coming at the end, because you need this to be coming with a check. Because if we did it in this other order, like if we go back, if we do this variation where this one is not as sharp, let's say takes, then rook takes, no, and then bishop takes, and then your last move of the sequence would be rook takes. That's like your... What are you gonna do about it? Because then now your queen's coming in with this check. And that's pretty strong. You can get the other rook involved. But now there's not that. Now with this variation, there's gonna be no forcing concepts to rip this open. And I think that we're just gonna be down a rook. But this went from a very clean game to probably fast passing towards a draw, to be honest, because the liquidation will be really high, but there'll still be good chances of setting up an attack, which will probably have to get neutralized off. So looks like all the pieces will probably leave the board in this line, because after knight takes, yeah, all the pieces leave the board, but they don't come with like a at the end. Oh, I wish she didn't play that move so fast. I know that that's like, she's hyped. She's trying to convince herself like, yeah, I did it right. This was good. This was correct. Oh. That's chess though. When the game has flowed so naturally to this point and you've been trusting yourself, like, and this idea has been like kind of cooking for a while, I mean, but her opponent has 34 minutes on the clock. It's like a 30-minute differential, which is a pretty big deal. I think we're only on, yeah, we're on move 13. So there can be some blunders sent back the other way. It's just, it's an unfortunate way to have to get there. Because you might be able to get the same results, but I don't think so. Like, it's possible that the move order can get messed up here, but they just end up in much smoother places. So I would say there's like a 80% chance of knight takes rook here. Anything else keeps the idea on track. You can keep the same moves flowing. Like, for example, like this was an idea that was like the only way forward before, but now we have this knight move. It plays very naturally. But let's say for some reason she went there, then okay, you're back on track. Or if the pawn takes, then yeah, sure. But like, who wants to do this and who really wants to do this? Like, don't give your opponent such natural moves to respond to your threat without playing through all the responses first and how you're going to make that do something. But I think it was just a lot of excitement because that move has been in her mind since she queenside castled. Like, if you're going to queenside castle, you're probably going to throw some energy down the h-file, right? But this was just using all of it in one move instead of trying to clean up the rest of the board before pressing this idea. Yeah, because it would have just been so nice to get this e4 in there. And then after e4, let's say one or the other takes, doesn't really matter. Taking. And then you do this. I don't know, it just feels a lot smoother. But we are here. I hope that the blunder is enough to bluff like another 10-15 minutes of her clock, because if that happens, then maybe you can keep the attack going with enough energy and practical threats that it'll be fine. And these things happen in chess all the time. And when you're playing the worst move of your game, it's typically the move that you think is going to end up in a magazine, because in her mind, and Alex, I don't think that she actually believes this, but I think that when she threw the move on the board, she's like, this is the best move of the game. So always be really mindful when you're doing your exclam moves that they're not question mark moves, because I typically think the brain over emphasizes its control after doing its exclam idea, right? Sacking the rook, sacking the queen, sacking, you know, like all-inning on a pawn structure, making a shape. You know what I mean? Like when you have a very permanent idea, do all the little things first. It is interesting watching like her body language, like convince herself that everything's okay and that this was not a huge blunder, which is great. I don't think there's any benefit to, like, you know, admitting to your opponent like, oh, I made a huge mistake here, because then they're just gonna look for the most obvious moves first. I do think that her opponent is still, like, after having that opening, is probably pretty fearful of this idea and could get bluffed out. It's like this went from chess to gambling really quick. feel like I'm watching World Series of Poker right now. And Alex has 7 deuce. She just shoved all in on this pot. It might work. She's just nodding like, yep, it all works. Yeah, I see it. I love it. I can't wait to ask her if that's actually how she felt after she let go of that piece. What I do a lot, my little trick is I calculate as normal, and once I have the idea that I really want to play, I pick up a piece I've already captured and I like twirl it or play with it. And this tells me to only look at that one idea as deeply as possible and just pretend like it's already happened. And if I see something wrong with it, I put the piece down and I go back to calculating normally, right? That's just like a way that I tell my brain that we're blunder checking right now. So I don't like, because I feel like when your brain can still see all the moves possible at once, it forgets that the other person has turns, and you kind of just make all the moves without any move order in your head. Because it might be the right idea, just the move order just needs to be attended to, and then you usually will come back to that idea with more force at the right time, as opposed to getting super hyped and then you're not. When I'm excited, my first instinct is to pick up a piece and then start moving it around like this. That's like, because as soon as I touch that piece, like that's, you know, that's in play. I have to do something with it. So yeah, just getting rid of all of your tactile excitement. You know, like don't be excited with your hands. Don't throw a move that you're super excited to play on the board just because you feel like this is, if I don't do it now, it'll run away. If you've played forcing enough moves, your ideas cannot just be simply sidestepped, right? They're going to have to be addressed. And the amount of pressure points that she had, she could have easily slowly built that up and converted that to the exact same punchline of a move. But now we're here. Looks like our opponent has 26 minutes left on the clock. That increment will be so clutch. And if she sees knight takes within the next 10 minutes, I'd say Alex is in big trouble. But if she thinks on this move for over 10 minutes, even if she finds it, I think Alex has really good chances. Shit. Alright. Now we are here. Yeah, we're gonna have to reload the same guy. We're gonna have to just bring our rook over. Try that again. With a different rook. Ah, it's so annoying. That's chess though. Okay. How do we reset for Alex here? Well, the bluff is done, so there's no reason to like move quickly to try to trick somebody into the fact that you made a really good idea. Because if they already took the piece, then they already kind of know. So okay. Well, now this threat has a lot more play. So black is not out of attacking ideas at all. and white just committed most of her attacking material to this sack. Potentially doing something like this and trying to get the bishop to take that might be a good idea. Yeah, I would probably be looking at things like this, you know, just as... That's... I don't think the computer loves my idea. Computer just wants to reload the gun. Just get right back to work. Have the same threat potentials. I kind of humanistically like this idea. But the best move to keep the flow going is just to get rid of this bishop. So, computer really likes this. Me as human, I really like this and this. But all three are fine. None are great. They're all a half pawn down of different degrees. Minutes with increment, and now we're gonna have a longer game, so move 40 is probably gonna happen. That's an extra hour. So there's like an hour and 30 minutes on the clock for black. Plenty of time to work out this game. I think from here, if I had a really rough opening like she did, I'd be happy with lots of aggressive exchanges and getting all the pieces off the board, grinding an endgame for a while, and then taking a draw. Wonder if there's any other ideas. I think those are the three that I gravitate to the most. In the spirit of the rook sack, I'd probably do the blue move, the rook h8, sorry, rook h1 idea. Yeah, I would probably just do rook h1. Oof, okay. But yeah, I would just, whenever you're getting excited about an idea in a tournament game, just have some procedure that you can do that is not grabbing the piece immediately and throwing it on the board. Whatever you can do to not do that, that is probably a good idea. It's hard though, especially if you've had that idea getting like cooking in your mind for like the last hour. You're just like, I cannot wait to snap that piece with my rook. And when you're scared that that opportunity is going away, you just do it, right? But where was that opportunity going to go? What does she want to do with this position? I brought up that story earlier about the Russian chess school where you have 3 ideas of equal quality of different shape, and the only wrong idea is to not be able to come to a decision quickly of which path to pick. But I think a lot of time is spent in tournament games regretting decisions that you made a turn earlier, and you're wasting time that could be used to calculate the current game, even if it doesn't have the result that you had on your mind earlier. And just be super objective. I mean, this is like so easy to say when you're just like away from the board and not doing it yourself, but don't waste time just thinking about the moves that you can't, like, no good plan involves a time machine is like kind of my rule. So if you make a mistake, whatever, you know. I think the best strength that a lot of grandmasters have is like the ability to forget a loss like the second after it happened. You know, I think that's just an amazing skill. And yeah, that you want to even be able to get that down to in your games, like move by move. If you make a weird, she did a weird play. So she had essentially a perfect position up until last move. So we were looking at this and getting super hyped with our 2.3 pawn advantage, with lots of ways for this to get like super permanent. We were looking at ideas like throwing e5. We were looking at d takes c6. Just ways to kind of make the position more permanent. And the final idea, so like the one I was most excited for was pawn up, e5, and the pawn should take, because these knights need to connect. Yeah, the rook's coming over in the real game. I'll put that in there real quick. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So the idea was like this: takes, and the knight's not correct because you want this to be able to take over the same job this one is after it moves. So then this would take, and then in this position, then you would throw this rook move in, right? So just the little prep moves in this position. So you would and now you do the bishop takes, and then you do this. All right, now you're talking. Like, this is a really good idea. But to play right away, it takes all the energy out of the position, because she didn't solidify any of these, you know, pawn shapes, so now they all could go any direction. Yeah. So we get this rook over. I don't call them blunders, I call them brilliancies at the time when I saw it. It looked like a win in 15 move smasher of an idea, to be fair. Okay. It's a good move. Not the best move, but good move. Alright, what can we do from here? I feel like we still have to hollow this out. I'm still constantly worried about this potential triangle. And the fact that the computer was wanting to sack the rook to keep this option open tells me that the computer agrees that that bishop is a monster waiting to wake up. And even though we're down and we don't want to trade pieces because we're down and we want to make sure it's okay, like, probably still need to snap this off. This idea is coming, so this kind of just needs to happen out of cleanup, I would say. And the cleanest move here for black to keep this edge would have been e5. A little hard to see because it takes, but we are here. Yeah, the only other ideas other than cleaning up this bishop don't seem that appetizing. It'd probably be getting this knight staged up to do something, but I don't know exactly what it would be staging up to do other than getting out of the way of this pawn, trying to get everything in play. The other idea that the computer is recommending is this weird rook move, but I don't understand what that does, so we'll just disregard that for now. But there's a couple moves here that can keep a nice equality. Yeah, bishop takes, and knight h4 with the idea of playing, pretty sure the idea is to go here. Standard sick. I don't know what that means. Oh, it was not a Sicilian, no. It was like a Nimzovich defense out of a perk. It would be quite a feat if we could get the pawn to go from c5 back to c6. Yeah, the game, for those who are just joining, I'll kind of play through what happened. So what we had happen was e4, d6. Yeah, very Nimzovich. And then here we had a fantastic position. Everything was just going very smoothly. We got everything in that we really wanted to get. And then we preemptively fired off this rook at this bishop. It would have been really nice to get e4, e takes so that the knight can't transfer. C takes, bishop takes, and then slam this move on the board. That could have opened up some really cool play. That would have been a lovely line, but we snapped this too early. Knight takes, rook over, which is correct, knight over, and now we're trying to figure out what we want to do with it. And the right idea is to probably just clean this up, or get this knight out of the way for this pawn to move, I guess. I want to see if there's a better reason for this this knight move other than to move some pawns. My instinct is just to get rid of this good bishop, though. The reason I'm perpetually scared of this bishop, well, I got tipped off by the machine because it kept trying to pull back the bishop here and sack this rook because of how important it thinks this bishop is. And the only reason I could think that to be the case is because just this triangle here. So that's what we're looking at here. It is very awkward to trade off pieces when you just sack something and now you're not super sure if that was a good idea in retrospect. But, you know, you gotta just do the right move, you know. Alright, betters, you gotta put in your result bet. What do you think is gonna happen this game? Do you think that Alex is gonna clutch this out? Do you think that she's gonna lose, or do you think she's gonna draw? I know what I think is gonna happen, but I'm curious what the chat thinks is gonna happen. I have my suspicions. I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just the cleanest version. But the reason why she may not do that is just because she just sacked this rook, and she's looking at it now and going, I maybe shouldn't have done that. And like, when you're in it, you're gonna think about what that bishop's potential is. Like, maybe that this bishop is gonna be my mating material, and if I trade it now, you know, you see what I mean? Like, the brain does funny things when you've made a mistake, right? Because it's now gonna make other mistakes to give you better chances. You know what I mean? Like, it's not thinking like a machine. You're thinking emotionally when you're going to be like, oh, well, she might make a mistake and then this bishop will be really useful, right? And that's how your brain starts to think after you made a mistake. But what does everyone think the result's going to be? What's your bet? I'm gonna put I'll tell you guys my bet in just a few minutes. Okay. That is not a move that I considered. It does, I guess it does kind of the same stuff. It does one less thing than my suggested version of this. Yeah. And that one less thing was... we needed that. Yeah, that's too bad. This knight back move. Yeah, it was going for the same goals that this, you know, knight h4 idea would have done. But the problem with this one is that this knight is now so far removed from having any type of impact on this attack. We're so committed to an attack being down a rook. Yeah, the only way to keep this going was to go here. And even though there's a pawn differential here, I'll say my results, I think is going to happen. I think it's going to be a draw. The reason I'm saying that is I'm keeping in mind the time difference here. Well, it's not that much anymore because Alex spent 20 minutes going like, why did I sack my rook? But I would say in general, if someone is like at this point in the game, well, I don't know. It's too bad. One move can really just reshape the entire game. Yeah, I mean, she's trying to prepare, you know, an avalanche, right? And so the way that I was trying to prepare that in my mind was playing knight h4, and then, you know, doing some combination of pawn moves, right? Obviously not this one until this takes, but the way that I was thinking of it in my head was actually takes, and then knight h4, and then, you know, trying to huck some pawns at this structure. And I guess the logic here was it does open up the pawns, and you're not like stopping a rook from swinging over because it's not there anymore. But now this knight's 3 steps removed from the fight. Like, the knights are so slow. That's why bringing them out early and getting them into the game is so important, is because they're so slow at transitioning. Like, it takes so long to get a knight to where it's supposed to be, and once it's there, you don't ever want to move it. That's why we put them on outposts, right? It's because once you finally get a good square for a knight where you can just chill and just see 8 squares, then you're good. But taking a, you know, a knight that had the potential of potentially jumping in, and well, I mean, it's tricky, you know, like, even from here, it's hard to see any direct play that this knight was going to get, but at least it's not super far. But I guess what she was thinking is that this rook is probably the most immediate good thing that she has going on. She wants these to connect. I don't know how they're going to connect because these knights are eternal, but that might be why she wanted to clear this, so she can maybe throw some pawns at this problem. Try to get these to connect in some way. It's very hope chess, like, I hope this works out. Which, after you make a mistake, like, you kind of have to decide, like, do you want to just kind of go down the computer line towards your inevitable conclusion of whatever that position is? I'm more of a fan of that. I think that if you're just doing the right thing all the time, then the onus goes on them to make more mistakes. There's going to be a delay on that board, yeah. That's going to be 10 minutes off. Just so you know. I don't know this player's tendencies with time pressure, but I really hope that she struggles with it. It's like the best piece in the game right now. If that's a problem of hers. Yeah, best moves here probably are simplifying this pawn structure towards the center, having at least these nice connected pawns at the end. This pawn's going to be kind of on its own, only being held by the queen, which might be useful, especially because this knight's kind of poking at that. Also will make it harder to throw this pawn out. There's a lot of computer moves that are coming up wanting to get the queens on the white squares. I don't exactly know what it's going for. Well, there's also probably a 40 move trigger, right? So, I mean, we're only on move 15, so like in theory that shouldn't be a huge deal. But, you know, what I think would happen, this is how I would probably play this. Yeah, my heart kept looking at this, but I guess the computer's saying like as soon as this idea is pressed, then you're just gonna snap this off immediately anyway. But yeah, I was looking at queen b6, trying to get this lined up, and then, you know, just putting in more pressure, revealing this knight. You know, not like that, not like that. Forget this. This didn't happen. But I was just looking at ways to set up a cross-board attack, kind of pick at this weaker king side. Or, yeah, you're looking at this. Yeah, I kind of see the idea. I feel like it'd be better to... what the computer's really liking is just getting the queen on the white squares and having it... I guess it's anticipating some type of exchange here where then the queen can slot in after. Rook c8. I mean, I see where both your ideas are coming from. You're just trying to put direct pressure on this king, but I do feel like there's a little bit too much trouble at home. Oh, actually, I liked this idea like 2 turns ago as like an amazing idea, but now it's not an amazing idea. Yeah, this move was like the best computer move that no one could find like 3 turns ago. But now it's missing its sauce. Alright, well, we're back in... I don't think it changes really anything about the position. As far as the result, I still feel like this game is heading in a more drawish direction. Yeah, en passant is forced everybody. En passant is also the best move here. The idea is this king structure just gets a lot weaker. You have this nice semi-open white squares towards the king. This will have a little bit more breadth. The center pawn's mass will be pretty big, so you can't just jump out with the bishop on c4, but the king has less pawns in front of it, which will be useful. Yeah, takes. Snap this. This bishop's not helping you. Knight would have to take, right? Has to. I wish my board wasn't so far away. Make it easier to calculate. It's on my furthest possible monitor from me. I feel like I'm like kibitzing someone else's game, like across the club. See, takes, bishop takes. takes. Oh, you just take it right away. Takes. And then you take here. Still think that looks pretty good for white. That seems pretty comfortable. Yeah, leaving that pawn on the board and just letting this all lock up, that just feels silly. I don't think you can play f4 right now. I mean, not right. I know you're saying like after this, then this? Is that kind of what you're thinking? I don't think you can do that. This knight is still present. Oh, but this is dead. Maybe you can do that. F4. Yeah, F4. Yeah, F4 would be lovely. Yeah, we have good chances. I do like that 15 minutes on the clock. I feel like that, and especially since there's such few moves in this game, we've only played 15 moves. I don't think that we're gonna get some, you know, super simple ideas coming up very quickly. Even if we were to liquidate all the pieces, I don't think it would happen in a very easy way. How exciting. I still am not moving my bet. I still think this is feeling kind of drawish. Well, I mean, I would agree, but I do feel that there's enough piece tension where getting rid of the pieces is not going to be rocket science. Trading everything off to like a pseudo-neutral position. And after all the pieces are gone, you could probably set up some type of rook, pawn, queen endgame where you were just getting tons of moves in that don't have any consequence. And then that's how I think we'd get to the draw position, is just getting rid of all the minor pieces, essentially. I mean, it'd be hard because you are, by doing that, you're like inviting the queen like right next door to your king. And so most of the time would probably be figuring out what's going to happen with the queen while you're getting rid of everything. I don't know why she's spending so much time on this. Like, this should be like a no-duh move. You know, and it's only available right now. Limited time only. I just don't see any benefit to having this pawn structure locked up in the long term for her. Maybe she's feeling like, oh, well, maybe I'm corking off this bishop. Like, yeah, but then she's just going to trade the bishop on her terms with, you know. And like I feel that black's goal here is going to be liquidation, right? So if Alex doesn't take and keep the energy flowing, then the next step is going to be just liquidating everything. Yeah, I think that the reason why she's thinking about it is here's exactly what she's thinking about. She was worried about this concept because she's smart and she knew this was an option. Now she has a permanent solution that could blunt this part of it. But the part that she's not really working out is then as soon as this is blunted, then this bishop can come off for this bishop, and these two knights should be able to tango with everything long enough to be able to hold this together. And so she's just trying to see, does this help me defensively? And I guess kind of, but there's just, you've sacked a rook already. Like, we shouldn't be thinking like that. We have to just go with the flow, throw everything in the kitchen sink at this position, and get her to think for a long time. That's probably the best case scenario. Yeah, this should just be a snap. Like, if we were able to snap the rook in 2 seconds, but now, okay. This is why mistakes are so insidious. Because she regretted the rook sack earlier in the game, even though this is a super easy move for any of us to find, including her, she has like a little bit of immediate trauma from like that rook sack not doing what she wanted it to do. And so she's just making sure that she's not going to do the same thing again. And she's double checking, making sure that she's just doing an obsessive blunder check now that she's blundered once in the game, which I think is super common. But I think if you're just doing good blunder checking all the time, it doesn't need to take up so much of your clock. I feel like a blunder check should be like a minute. You know, like it's a very narrow idea, right? You've decided what you're gonna do, so now you're just looking at the responses, right? So it shouldn't take like a ton of time to calculate the blunder check. And if some cool tactic does happen, it's like 7 turns deep, and you didn't catch it in your blunder check, you probably didn't even see it in your calculations to begin with anyway. You know, like, your depth is going to be relative to your skill level, you know, but the blunder checking, regardless of your skill level, you know. I don't think she's shook. I think that she's torn, because I think that this has been a concern for her, like, for most of the game, is like, okay, this is her comeback chances, and so she's trying to see if she can use this against her, right? She's like, oh, maybe this pawn being here will be a permanent blunting of this bishop and will be super helpful to me, just completely forgetting that if she does something that's not doing that, then this is just going to come off immediately. And this would be great in most circumstances, but we're down a rook, our knight's in Egypt, and we're trying to figure out how we can keep this attack flowing. So the only way we can do it is keep the energy going, allow this to happen anyway, right? Is everyone in an ad right now? If you can hear me, just type, say I'm not in an ad. All my ways of checking chat, they get ads at the same time, and I'm just curious how Twitch works, if they're gonna slam 5 ads at the viewership all at the same time, or if I'm on my own unique timer because of when I turn on these devices. You let me know. If you're in an ad right now, you will not hear it. But if you're not in an ad, say I'm not in an ad. If you have the paid account, it doesn't count. Just curious for the experience while I'm doing commentary. I don't want to say important things when people aren't watching. Man. My worry is if she's thought this long, she might have already talked herself out of en passant because it's too simple. Like, have you ever had it where you're thinking about an idea, right? And you're like, oh, that's too simple of an idea. That might be what's going on. Alright, both my devices are back from ads. Twitch is so wicked with the ads, man. I don't know how they do it. For a live service, crazy. Yeah, my worry, as I was saying before, is that if you've been thinking this long on a move like that, you've probably convinced yourself that en passant is too simple or too obvious, right? Which is concerning, because all the best ideas in chess typically are simple and obvious, like 90% of the time. Yeah, it breaks the flow. I don't care what game you're like. Chess, this is like the slowest version of chess. But imagine like this was like a bullet chess championship. You could literally miss the entire final from an ad. Like, they gotta fix that. Like, that is, like, come on. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, I want people to, yeah, it breaks the flow. They're really annoying. Yeah, I wonder if everybody gets ads at the same time so the presenter knows that 95% of their viewership is looking at an ad right now. But yeah, no, what I was just saying is that, like, when you think about a move for a long time and you, like, every player in the world knows, like, oh, I can en passant here, so it's not like she's unaware of the concept, right? It's just that when you're thinking for this long, you're convincing yourself there has to be something better, right? You're convincing yourself that there's something more technical or nuanced, or these are all the words that you say before you do, like, a mediocre move, right? The best moves ever are typically super simple. There's like a child can find them, right? The thing that makes a professional is they also know, like, that rough 10% of the time where it's going to be an ugly move, not a natural move that keeps that flow going, right? Or solidifies some idea. That's the only difference between, like, a child that just does all the simple threats and a professional, right? But so that's why kids are so brutal, right? Because they're just doing the normal good thing, like, all the time. And there's something, like, pure about that. Like, even the best players in the world should be just doing the right move, right? Like, the simple right move. But when you're getting in these long things, these deep things, like, you're now fighting three things. You're looking for moves, you're fighting your own doubt, you're running from ghosts typically at that point. Like, you're, you know, like, you've now logicked yourself into ignoring very simple, you know, simple follow through. And I look at it like just flow and energy, right? Like, if you abruptly stop something, it's going to put a lot of pressure on it, right? Like, having gradual flows of pressure is, like, super important in chess. Like, I don't even hate that she sacked the rook, because that was all in, I mean, I do, because it was wrong, but, like, I understand where her head was at when she's instantly snapped the rook for the bishop, right? I understand what that feels like. Like, in your head, when that happens, like, you're writing a magazine article about this amazing rook sack that you did, right? And then 2 turns later, you realize that was just not the right idea. You know what I mean? So, a good rule, if you don't want this kind of stuff to happen in your games, in my opinion, is whoever's mind leaves the board first loses. It doesn't mean who walks away from the board. You can walk away from the board as much as you want. It's just, if your mind is drifting to different things, whether that's the result in the tournament, or the fact that she knows that she's on stream, and, like, oh, the stream will like that I do this cool rook sack, right? That could sneak into your calculator as a motivator for behind doing something, right? Not just do the right thing, you know? And, or you're just so excited that you just throw a move order to the wind and you just do the idea that you want to do, because you're scared that it's going to drift away from you and you have to make a new idea, you know? But the best thing you can do is keep your mind super present. Don't think about the result of the game. Don't think about the tournament that you're in. If you're streaming, don't think about the stream. Just staying hyper-focused inside of the squares until the game is over, and be relatively indifferent, you know, but not wasting any energy. And one of the main energy points in chess is time. Like, it's amazing that Alex, in this super simple idea, went from being ahead 10 minutes to now below on the clock, when she could have probably snapped en passant immediately. And the only reason she didn't is because she thought that she found some nuanced way to use that against her opponent by not taking it, you know, not biting the bit or whatever. And I feel that that's, you gotta play your game. You gotta just do the thing that you think is right, and have a good instinct for exceptions. It's okay to look for them, but you also have to, like, if you did spend a lot of time looking at a sideline or some exception or some ugly move that does something that you think is brilliant, and you come to the consensus that like, hey, it's actually not that good of an idea, you need to have the comfort of going back to that first simple idea and playing it anyway, right? And that's why classical chess is so hard. Your brain does not register time very well. When you're in these like secular cycle points of your brain, time just flies by. Hello, hello, hello. Hi Raiders, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We are looking at this crazy chess game. It's had some big swigs for a very short-moved game. Oh, she moved? What did she do? Oh my gosh. Whew. All right. Well, now we don't have to think about en passant anymore. Yeah, chess psychology is a wild thing, everybody. Like the... I mean, that's what happens. Like, what do you expect after a deep think like that? Like, I could have told you like 9 times out of 10 that something like that was going to happen. She was either going to instantly en passant the move, or she was going to technical herself into convincing herself that there's a reason why this is the correct course of action. Yeah, smart people are their own worst enemies. They can convince themselves of some ridiculous things. She knows it though. She's like, oh, why did I do that? Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, we're gonna get into rapid game territory here pretty quick. I think once the time starts to sink in, we're gonna get a lot of trades. Alright, from here, I'm gonna vote takes. And then, let's see. Is this all just a long con to play the knight h4 move that I wanted to play right away in the first place? Well, at this point, like, yeah, it's not going to be super difficult to just get moves on the board that are... Because now the position's locked, right? So it's going to be much easier to play fast moves. When you have open positions, you have to play less moves that are all very consequential. But as soon as that en passant didn't happen, now it's going to be very easy to just like throw, like I call them time printers on the board, just like little ways to get ourselves either closer to move 40 or just get a little increment on the clock and throw it back to your opponent, see if they have anything to offer, because it all ends up in about the same place. I know, if this knight that could have immediately played there like 5 turns ago just plays this move to play here, I'm gonna just walk away from the computer. I'm sorry. Oh man. And this is not a burden on Alex at all, by the way. Like, she's an incredible world-class chess player. The amount of terrible things that any of us would do at the chessboard if we were being monitored this closely is horrendous. Yeah, she'll snap the bishop here. I think that, well, I mean, well, why wouldn't you en passant if you, right? Like, the whole point of keeping the structure was to nerf this bishop, right? So that the logic of the position is, even though, like, yes, that's correct, like, the logic is kind of now going in funny ways. like knowing what the breakthrough is, other than the fact that pawns are going to be involved, is like very unclear. And since black has that extra rook, just trading everything off will be in black's benefit, so it's very, very unnatural when you're down pieces to want to trade off material, even if it's correct, because you know you're not going to get any of that material back. Tough spot. I kind of like this idea. Knight takes. No, because then you'd have to just put the knight right back where it was. I guess it's okay. Because then, yeah, this has changed, right? So you move this knight out of the way to fire this off, put this back, but then why did you play this move if you're not going to play? I don't know. We might get some wacky moves here, or that sub 10-minute mark. We are like 34 moves away from move 40. I don't think that they're going to be able to slam 40 moves here. So this is kind of the amount of time that we have. Oh, she just saw her clock. She's like, now the adrenaline's going to spike. She's going to this is when people start to trade pieces. They see the clock, they need to get rid of the potential. They'll probably just kind of hedge their losses and be like, alright, well, I don't have enough time to think about all these pieces, I gotta get rid of them. That's kind of what the brain does when it panics about time. It just gets rid of all the pieces. Congruent with the fact that she sacked a rook, so she might just get into a paralysis state. Woof. I feel like I'm bad luck for Alex. I feel like whenever I watch her other streams with other people, she just wrecks it. She does all the right things, and then when I'm doing her streams, I don't know. I feel like I'm just bad luck. It's me, guys. It's my fault. It's my pessimistic attitude. I like how Anna Cramling's mom does her commentary, because like she's super happy and supportive, but she's also so brutal. That'd be so hard to have like your mom be like one of the top players in the world. You know what I mean? And then she's just like watching every move you do on camera. That would be an acquired taste, acquired skill. But I love it though. I feel that I should glean some optimism, you know? I should be a more optimistic chess player. I've played chess for too long to be an optimistic chess player. I'm like the begrudged like gambler, you know, just keeps showing up at the casino every day, just like, here's my money. Let's get this over with. But I would like to be more of an optimist. It's also probably better for the audience if I'm an optimist. But I try to be honest though. Like this is just how my brain thinks about chess in general. I like even if I'm going over my own game, like in the moment, like these are all the same stuff that I'm gonna probably go over with myself. I just try to be really pragmatic. That's all. Try to not get scared of ghosts, play 90% the simple, obvious moves, and then if I see a funny idea, be comfortable with throwing it in the trash can and not doing it if I don't like where it ends up. 6 minutes. Oh, this is gonna get stressful. I'm stressed out. Who's the most optimistic chess commentator other than Pia? Oh, we gotta move. What do we play? Oh. Sorry. How do you sack and keep material on the board? These are incongruent. I know what you mean. Just like keep tension after the attack, you know. It's really hard to flag people in classical. I've done it. It happens. People just zone out. Just like in a trance. But if you're disciplined, that's never gonna happen. They're just gonna go to the next stage of the rocket, which is liquidate, 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 spam moves, print. Stop critique. Well, that's my job. I have to critique. I'm here for critique. She didn't bring me here for my optimism, obviously. I'm here for my brutal pragmatism. Brutal pragmatism and charming wit. That's what I'm here for. I am excited to talk with her after this game, though. And ads are brutal. Crazy. Every 15 minutes getting like 5 minutes of ads. It's wild. Alright, is everybody out of the adpocalypse? So many ads. That's unsustainable. They gotta fix that. I don't know what they gotta do. They gotta do something. Well, it's never gonna enter Blitz territory, right? Because you're always gonna be able to do move printers and what is it, like 10 to 30 seconds per move? I have to take a closer look. But yeah, you're gonna get that rapid exchange situation happening here at some point. Excuse me. Man, this game is nerve-wracking. I need caffeine. 1 second. Oh, this doesn't feel good. Okay, we had a move on the board. What got played? No, same. Just that knight move. Alright. Hello, hello all. My name is RETI. Good to see you all. Alright, so we're getting down to clutch time on this game. We have roughly 6.5 minutes on the clock to roughly 8 minutes on the clock for black. And I'm not sure the increment. I'll take a look at it on this move, how much is coming back per turn. It's probably pretty substantial. And there's probably going to be an hour bonus after move 40. After G3, King H8, just like a, like your turn. That's what I was talking about, like why it's hard to enter blitz territory with this is you can just throw in a couple of move printers that don't change. That's why I think that was the motivation behind playing E5 for black, is if en passant didn't happen, which it did not, then you have a much more fixed position where you can do a lot more tiny moves that are less consequential and get that time back. At least getting up to the any move that gets you to move 40, you know, will give you more time to fight this out. This could, depending on how the pieces go, like teleport straight from a blitz game right back into a full-on classical position, depending on how it goes. But I think that when someone's down on time, the way they typically get to that position is liquidation. So, but Alex is not motivated to liquidate because she's sacked a rook already. So she might need to kind of put on her blitz brain and try to go for some type of real play. But I don't really see like a natural path forward. Every overpressing idea, like bishop takes now, I have a few different ideas cooking. Okay, that was incorrect. My brain's so funny. It goes straight to smother mate as soon as the king doesn't have any squares. I'm like, how could I teleport a knight somewhere where I can make this happen? Yeah, that was weird, right? I feel like we're gonna get some weird moves on both sides. I think now that this bishop is encaged, there's really no reason to trade them. You're probably gonna want to keep the bishop on the board, like maybe bishop g5. a little scary though, right? Because you feel like you're gonna get love tapped like that. You might need to move it again, but I feel like this bishop is basically a big pawn, and it has no potential other than to trade for this bishop. So I feel like this would be improper because this bishop is just so bad now. Like, why would you not en passant if you weren't going to save this bishop? You'd still trade it? I don't know, man. Like, I don't think that that's in theme. Like, you gotta play the position that's in front of you right now. I would have agreed with you like every single time up until we decided not to do this en passant. Now I feel like the mission is to keep all the material on the board and do a lot of maneuvering. I don't think it's a terrible move. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just talking about the computer doesn't care. I don't think the computer really has a preference between these within, yeah, like barely a difference between these on the computer side. Maybe bishop e3 actually. So like these are the ideas. And there's really no computer difference between them. The only logic I would have behind this or this would be this move might potentially provoke a pawn move. This move, at least your bishop doesn't have to move twice. Trading materials pretty permanent. She agrees with me. I don't think these pawns are gonna be able to clear out. I mean, yeah, if we were able to, you know, time warp to like everything being open, then we can reopen this idea, right? With this triangle, its potential. But this bishop has more immediate qualities, and this rook is pretty immediate as well. And I still feel like clearing up all these pawns with a structure like this, you know, is going to be pretty difficult. I mean, you're probably not going to yeet this pawn into the oblivion, but you know what I mean. Oh, we had another move. What happened? Oh, still trying to trade the bishop. See, if you're not convinced now, play bishop e3. Yeah. I would just keep that piece. I would just keep that piece. Or repeat and just try to get out of here. You know what I mean? Just go like this. You know what I mean? Hit the e-brake on this game. Go back, regroup for the next round. I always want her to win. Yeah, I can adjust the board. Where would you like it? Wherever you want it. I've had it down here before. I can go like this. Maybe I can get some more size. You prefer that? I want everyone to be comfortable. I don't have them on mine. I can turn them on for you. To me, they are just clutter. But if you enjoy them, for you. Yeah, for me, I have a chessboard just tattooed in my frontal cortex. I don't know. I do not need it anymore. Oh my god, 2 minutes. Hey, this eval bar is dramatically improved from where it was, alright? We're not going to talk bad on this. Hey, my move made it. Hooray. We love this eval bar now, okay? We started from the bottom, now we're here, alright? And we're happy. We're happy we made it. Well, I mean, when you're at this low of time, like the quality of moves is going to go into the trash can for both players. So you're going to see big swings. Because I'd say Black's main goal here is to change the position as little as possible and print 20 moves, which is not easy. Like, to control a position to not go anywhere for 20 turns is a big ask. But that's what she would probably prefer. And Alex is going to try to do some blitz trickery and maybe try to actually still like thonk a checkmate threat on the board. So now it went from being a super tense classical grind to, you know, like coin flip. It could go any way. Alex could lose, it could draw, Alex could win. And I don't know her opponent's comfortability with speed chess. You know, I know Alex plays a ton of speed chess. I would assume most players at this level do play a reasonable amount of speed chess, but some people have a hard time like changing gears in the car, like from classical game, and then I would love it if Alex wins. I will add to your optimism and say that I also, well, I can't see. There are chances for Alex to win this for sure. Way more than we were at the 25-minute mark, right? And Alex just did the rook thing. That was rough. But yeah, I feel like we got chances on the board. There's practical threats. Just got to keep the moves flowing. It's all about being locked in here. Alright, we got yeah, I don't even really care about the quality of the moves right now. I think that as long as the direction of the moves is towards the king, I'm happy with it. Like, I'm not even really going to pay attention to the eval bar. I'm going to look at just like the practical threats going on here. Eval bar is pretty good at predicting the flow of a classical game, like for the most part. It doesn't calculate very well for the end of a classical game, because that's when fatigue really settles in. But I feel that people and computers hang out pretty well in the first 20 moves of the game, and it can really show the trajectory of the game pretty accurately. But I feel that once you're in these tighter time controls, the swings are going to be so great, and it's going to come down to a lot more practical tactics, like tiny little, like, not deep tactics, just 2 or 3 move depth tactics that could really take the same position and flip it on its head. So I'm still going with Alex drawing, because from my experience, when good players, well, just players in general that have good breakdowns of what they're trying to do, it's just a yard sale. It's going to be a complete liquidation of all the material. The reason why is it's going to print a lot of moves. I think the first instinct here is just to lock everything up so there's not any direct mating threats, because obviously that's the main tension here. I really like that move, actually. G5 was a mistake, but I'm not looking at it evaluation bar wise. Did you say 2 moves to get the queen to the H file from here? There must be a delay on that. I don't see a 2 move path to the H file for the queen. One minute. Yeah, I feel like that side of the board's pretty shut down. Yeah, just get some moves on the board. I don't care what they are. Okay. Yeah, you're going to see the move printer activate here. Lots of tiny moves. Trying to speed run to that 40 move mark. Okay. Yeah, that's a great move. Because now we've unlocked... What? What do we do? Oh, we're just printing moves. Yeah. We are just in the move printer, trying to print the time back onto this clock. Trying to get these moves on the clock. But now what's crazy, what's super crazy, is the pawn structure for black is allowing not trading pieces, right? So if we were able to just maneuver without doing anything super crazy, that 40 move mark is potential. And if we can get into this position where black has an hour to grind this down, that's going to be amazing chances for black to actually win this game, right? So I feel the strategy is not going to be very chess. The strategy that you're going to see now is not going to make a lot of sense from an evaluation bar perspective. It's going to be, how can I get a lot of moves on this board very, very, very fast while still having complications at the end that I can use. Yeah, she's going to try to transfer, right? She's going to try to get this in. Or this one, or whatever. Welcome back, everybody. I invented something during the ad break. They should have a feature where the streamer, once per stream, can hit a button and there's no ads for 30 minutes. And they can only do it one time. Right? Because we all know that there might only be an ad length of this game left. So annoying. Yeah, it's not untenable. But these knights can hold this position. Like, knights are such good defenders. Wouldn't that be a clutch feature though? Just like once per stream, at the most important part of your stream, like if you're playing video games and you're about to play the boss, you can hit the button, and then there's no ads for that 30 minutes for anybody. You have no ad? I just been using a second monitor that's just on Twitch to read the chat, and I've been getting hit with so many ad breaks over there. It just makes me feel for the viewer experience. I don't miss anything. I'm here. I got the raw feed. It's for y'all. 44 seconds. We have entered a bullet game. No, come on. What do we do with this? Just like a nothing move, like I don't know, a king move. Like, oh, that's a very permanent idea. Whatever, it's a move. It is the best move. Very nice. Yeah, I think it's on the client side. I mean, the server side, the ads, so it doesn't work. Alright, Alex, keep the pressure up. Let she play? I just looked away for 2 seconds. Yeah, we got it in there. Thank you. Yeah, for the next 13 moves, move quality is irrelevant. It's just get 13 moves on the board. Like, well, Alex doesn't want this. Well, maybe she does. Actually, she has enough of a fighting game that maybe the both players will kind of pseudo agree to get as many moves on the board as possible to get to that break. Because I think that both players would probably rather play this position with an hour than with 10 seconds. That's just a hunch. It's my speculation. Because it's like zeros, right? So you'd probably just rather play good moves. Look, all that degenerate bullet gameplay has paid off. Alex is handling herself quite well. Yeah, this is like, I feel like an agreement between the players almost at this point. Let's just get to 40 moves and then play a chess game. Because I don't think either of them are comfortable with this franticism. And I think they both like their pieces enough to want to see them to the end. So I feel like we're just gonna see a bunch of inconsequential moves for the next 12 turns. That's my bet. Because like Alex isn't gonna want to press with 40 seconds into this crazy position. She's gonna do a king over or something. Yeah, or repeat the snipe move for the 3rd time. You know what I mean? Like this is exactly the strat that you're gonna do if you have a bank that you're trying to get to. They should just be able to agree to do the hour right now, so that they don't have to waste this position. Just like toggle the clock back really fast. Yeah, King B1 is the way I would stall this, just to keep everything like ready to go for the actual fight, would just be like King B1, King C1, King B1, King C1, and just like just be super blatant about it. I mean, the knight move is doing the same thing, so it doesn't matter. Ooh, this looks like a press to me. This looks like black is actually trying to win in this time bank. So, okay, so now black has changed her strategy. She went from a bunch of moves that don't do anything to a very thoughtful, I'm going to go for a win now kind of idea. And let's see if that pays off. So this game might actually resolve right here in this mess, because if something goes wrong in the next few seconds, they're gonna have to play that position for an hour or 2 hours, right? So this is a big push from her opponent to see if she can make it happen right now. I trust Alex in the time pressures, though. I think that she can pull it off. I don't think this was the right strategy to use against Alex. I think the first strategy of just like, let's get to move 40 and see what happens was actually better. I think this actually might help Alex. I hope. Yep, she can keep repeating that idea. My version of this would have just been going back and forth like this, just so that there's no potential that this knight is out of play. I don't think they're going for a draw. I think they're going for the time bank. They're just trying to get 9 random moves on the board without trading pieces. Well, black might be going for something else, but she might change her mind when she gets sub 1 minute. She might revert back to trying to get that. Yeah, she thought that she could get Alex to panic, but I think that she kind of, if she didn't do that and she just kept repeating the ideas and waited for the hour, she could have calculated the whole position out and actually had pretty good chances. But now that she thought that she could shove in that time trouble situation, I think that she actually made this harder on herself, giving Alex better chances, because now that time bank is coming in pretty soon. They printed a lot of moves, and Alex didn't crumble. And in fact, she's actually up now. So she's going to have to play this position, you know, under much more time scrutiny in just a few moves. So I think that was like a bad instinct to see if she is weak there. The online blitz chess took over her opponent's mind for a few seconds. And I think she's currently regretting it. Ooh! It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. I mean, it's wrong, but like, it's fine. Oof. It's fine. Oh, damn. A minute to punish it is totally different than 25 minutes to punish it, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's not great, but like the swings just don't matter at this time control. Like when you're playing this fast, it just doesn't matter. But it's so weird that it's only 8 more turns of this. And then we're gonna be playing a regular classical game again. don't have time to make a masterpiece here, Alex. You have to just get a move on the board. Thank you. I don't care that's bad, I'm just glad it's on the board. Yeah, now that she has a good position, now she's going to revert back to trying to get to the move 40, right? So she's going to try to get out of this time pressure situation, let Alex out of it as well, but she's going to be holding on to that slight edge. So I guess that's why she wanted this. She just wanted to pepper up the position while there was like a moment of panic, get some inaccuracies out of Alex. She did get one. Two. Yeah, they're starting to stack up. Oh man. This game is getting crazy. And every move is losing, yeah, a whole centupon of quality. The panic has settled in. Oh, that's crazy that worked. That little rush for the clock, try to get her to panic, and it actually worked. And then goes right back to waiting for the move 40 break. That's smart. That was smart. I didn't think it was going to work, but that worked. I did not think that was going to work. I thought Alex was going to be able to hold that together just fine. Boring moves. But now, here we are, doing this. Wow. Well, that returned a lot of it to sender. Nice move, Alex. Oh, are we gonna be able to get a... Oh, we're gonna be able to get something out of this. I'm seeing some tactical build-up here. Kind of stuff. Sorry, not this. Yeah, there's getting a nice build-up right here. Ooh, tightrope. If not queen f7, then Alex is totally winning. Any other move that is not queen f7 loses. Okay, well, whatever. Four moves until we were back to classical land. This was like a bullet chess intermission. Still going for the idea, but it doesn't work now. Oh, this is so stressful. Okay. Knight takes f6. Knight takes f6 would have been so clean. Instead of this. Just go. Thank you. It's still on the table though, so that's why she snapped off the knight. Oh, but now we're loading this up. Oh man. Stress. We are 3 turns out. We're on move 37. Ooh, weird. Why? Oh, maybe she thought that she needed more shielding for the king. I don't know. I don't know why you would blunt that. Yeah, I don't see a way that you're going to be able to synergize these pieces. Whoa, rucksack! I did say that once it gets to the panic mode, you're going to see a massive amount of liquidation. Hello, thanks for the raid. Welcome. We are in the final moments of a pretty insane game, so you walked in at a good time. Well, it might be final moments, or in 2 turns we'll be sitting here for 2 hours, so. How do you proceed? Maybe something like this? No, because this is hanging. But I guess it's just hanging. So, maybe this is the best. I don't know. I don't think that it's worth babysitting, is it? Maybe it is. She's gonna go babysit that pawn. She's gonna do this. I was looking at this though. Oh, that's a. What does that do? Oh, she's trying to do this. Alright, so it's an extra 30 minutes to the clock. At least it's not an hour per. Oh, man. Yeah, she just needs to pop one more move and then we're playing a classical game again. I wonder if she's confident that this is move 40 or she's worried that it's not. Oh, there, yep. Now we're in zeros. It's like the game never happened. It's just we're at perfect zeros. This looks like we can get a perpetual here. Alex should definitely take this perpetual. Yeah, you get this one, right? No, because I think it goes this way. Oh, I found. Yeah, looks like we're. I mean, if I was her, I'd hit the E-brake on this game super hard. I would just check, rook back, queen d7, rook up, check, rook back. Threatening this mate. And then I would go take a nap. What happened? So this queen takes move opened up this perpetual, and if Alex doesn't take it, she's going to be going into this grind like slightly down, and I would argue that black's pieces are going to be a lot easier to play, even if the computer isn't like screaming. And if I was her, I would probably just perpetual this. That might not be what she wants result-wise, but the fact that she sacked a rook really early in the game in a way that didn't quite work. If you can get a bailout here, that would be totally fine. Yeah, you can think on this move as long as you want, because you're not thinking about the options. I mean, this is where I thought the game was going anyway, right? I feel like I called all this. I called the move 40 clutch, the liquidation, and the draw result. Those are the three things I said at the beginning. And Alex can pull a draw here with this checkmate threat repetition. So queen would check, rook would go back, queen d7, has to go back up, queen goes back check, and you're threatening on this mate. So you just keep toggling those two, and then it's a draw. Yeah, you can spend as much time on this as you want. I feel she just has to assess that she doesn't like her pieces and that she doesn't have a cool checkmate idea. Because, like, you have to at least look at it like, well, maybe I could force a checkmate if I was able to get this knight involved, or is there some type of maneuver? But there's not, because these queen checks are too quick. You know, this is too immediate, right? She sees it. She knows it's there. She's very aware that it's there. She's just deciding if she wants to do it or not. And just like quintuple checking, there's not some forced mating pattern or some, because that'll make her feel awful if she didn't spend this time to check all the mating potential. Because I've seen her win and lose games with very aesthetically similar positions to this, where there was a forced mating position. So just out of respect to those games that went super weird, either missing them or having them happen against her and things like that, just double checking, super important. What a wild game. While she's deciding if she wants to draw or not, I'll just kind of show everybody what happened. How did we get here? So, we played this Nimzovich defense, and I felt that she booked up on what she was going to be playing beforehand, because she played these moves super quick, they were all super accurate, very, like, they matched the theme of what was going on. The queenside castle, everything was perfectly in theme with what she needed. And her opponent played this really awkward a6 move that just didn't really stop any of Alex's ideas. She was able to full send it with this pawn, set up a really cool idea, and then she snaps right here. Now the thing that we were talking about that would have been really nice is putting in an e4 to e5, and then after takes, you can't really take with the knight because you want this knight to transfer to the f6 square later. So takes, bishop takes, king takes, and then you snap this, you are cooking with grease. That is an amazing idea. But she walked over, saw this rook was still available, snaps it off, and then we went into this odyssey of very awkward moves, trying to get something out of this. And then from here on, the gameplay was basically, how do we not trade anything, and get to move 40, and we're at move 20. So they're gonna play 20 turns of move printing here. If you watch it, you can kind of see what I mean. Like a little bit of movement, but mostly just going back and forth as much as you possibly can. Like a little bit of progression, but mostly just going back and forth. And then there's this crazy rook sack opening up this idea, and now we have our draw opportunity. And so I'm not sure exactly where she's at in the standings, and if fighting and grinding a losing position is worth it. Like, there are times where I guess that would be the right idea, depending on... I mean, I'm weird. If I'm in this position, I'm basically always hitting the e-brake on this and just going to the next game. Try to shove there. Which one? On which move? Which idea? Her idea was sick. Like, that rook sack was not like a dummy idea. It was like the main idea of the position. It was just too early. Like, she just pulled the cookies out of the oven before they were ready. You know? And then print. Some inaccuracies here and there, but you know, they have like 30 seconds, so give them a break. Yeah, so she's already looked through the draw. I'm pretty sure that she's looked through all the potential mating stuff. I think she's wrapping up her calculation here. So pretty sure she's just gonna throw it on the board and call it a day. If she doesn't, I hope there's like a tournament strategy reason for that. Oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, for sure. There was this night. This is essential. Yeah, in the time pressure. Yeah, so this is the moment. So right here, they were basically gentlemen's agreement, just like dancing back and forth, printing moves. And then when they were at like this awkward 20-second point, then yeah, there was a huge shove, and this was to try to provoke a mistake. Correct. And then here we have a mistake. Yep, with then queen takes, and this completely changes the position. So it worked. Like that little burst on the last 10 turns before that break, that ended up actually being super vital. If she didn't do that, then she would probably be begging for a draw or just taking a loss right here herself. So I mean, I was skeptical when she did it, because I'm pretty confident in Alex's ability to play quickly, but it worked, so good for her. But now that we're here, we have 20 minutes to think about a 2-move idea. The only problem would be if she does decide that she needs to go for this as like a win for some reason. Then why would you have thought about it for so long? You know what I mean? Maybe she's just thinking about how to continue, but then you would just probably default to the draw anyway. Oof. And why did the rook sack for the bishop that was blunted and bad? That was weird, right? It's not. Oh, it's an inaccuracy. So it's, yeah, not the best. Yeah, this was a huge mistake. Here, I think, yeah, b5? Really? So apparently b5, I guess this kind of makes sense, because then you're going to get this rook transfer, because this rook's doing the same job from over here. But then that's annoying, right? I don't know. Chess is hard. The pawn takes? Which pawn takes? Where queen takes pawn? Yeah, it's drawn. Yeah, she's gonna draw. She's gonna do the draw now. It's draw time, everybody. But there's nothing wrong with going through and checking it like crazy. I'll go back. We're just in their live game right now. They're about to draw and finish it. We can go over and look at it together after. I think that does the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, we'll go back and look at whatever move you want. "30 minutes to find this idea. I think you can do it." She just, there's no reason not to look at it. You know what I mean? They have 30 minutes. They just went off a huge adrenaline spike. Alex spent 10 of the minutes that she earned to see if she wanted to draw or not, and then she physically agreed to it basically, and now just making sure that there's no sneaky mating threats, which there's not, but no, just with the pieces. Like, this is to me, this is already a draw offer, right? When you, as soon as you throw this check down and you go here, like, you're basically saying like, hey, I'm gonna check you again if you put your rook up. Like, what other follow-up does she have? So yeah, she's gonna go here, and then it's gonna be a draw. I think she's just making sure that there's no like super sneaky stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back and forth. Dup 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 dup. Always threatening this. Oh, queen e4. Interesting. Yeah, see? No, because then here, here, here. Yeah. She's just trying to decide if she wants to go for this or go for this. The punishment with queen e4 is slower. It's a5, creating a lock position. You still have to play this so the queen can do other things. And check, goes back up. Yep, she went with that. See? Yeah, now we're just gonna do some knight maneuvering here. Oh, that's a good move too. That's top engine move actually. I think we're just do like a knight dance. Something like that. Yeah, all roads lead to draw. Yeah, it's not as simple as perpetual. Like, you can just add one more piece. It just takes a little bit of time. This is so permanent. It's like a tattoo. Yeah, it'll probably just go into this. If she wants to avoid this sequence, she can go the rook g1 route. That doesn't feel very good. The rook g2 route. But I'm pretty sure that just goes... Let me see if I see this right. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. Yeah, rook g2 might be a good route for black. Because this is too vanilla. This is just doesn't look like a thing. Yeah, this might be the best hope. Alright. Everyone's back from their ad break, I assume. Oh, interesting. To try to get it like this. Someone's bringing this up. I don't know if it's forcing enough, though. They don't have to take you. And then you don't have an eye on this anymore. And the queen can be free to roam and do other things. Like the heart, though. Yeah, I see either a game ending in a few turns, or a bunch of knight maneuvers and then the game ending in like 15 turns. It's really whatever black wants. I don't think there's any risk to doing the easy draw. It would just be like to keep chances alive for like getting back into like a fighting game for a win, because this would be a crazy convert for a win, right? If black was able to go from this dead drawn position through all these ups and downs and convert it last minute for a win, I'm sure she is at least looking at all the options for that. I don't think that I think it'll be sketchy, because I don't think that there's anything that would take Alex's pieces away, right, from the mating threat that she has. There's nothing that I can see. So it might just be utilitarian just to do the simple draw for everybody. So right now the options are basically either do this draw or set up to try for something with this. So if she wants to fight really bad, you can go here. You're still gonna get hit with this. You probably go back. It's probably just a big version of the same thing. Well, I mean, there's just a lot of different ways for the draw to happen, you know. There's different flavors of draw, right? But didn't I call it from the boonies, guys? I was like way back there, back of the court. I'm like, this is probably where this is going. I did say a rook queen. I thought all the minor pieces were to be gone. If I wanted to like finish my parlay card, I missed that one. There's still a knight and there's still a bishop, but I was pretty close. It's pretty close. I'm still like scared, like at the end of a movie, you know what I mean, that some terrifying mistake could just like crawl out from behind the door. Because fatigue is real, and like this has been a crazy game. It's been like what, 4 hours long, with another hour on the clock potentially. You know what I mean? So it's a pretty long fight. That's the other reason why I would want to get this draw done, is so that I can save energy and get ready for my next round. Like, why burn like a Big Mac worth of calories on a game that could be done in 2 turns, you know, for the same result? Man, she is grinding this rook move. And she's probably also looking at this move as a candidate to see if there's some, like, interesting stuff. You know what I mean? I can just see her brain cooking on all these little fronts. Just, like, trying to really pull water from the stone here. Just really not wanting to go for that simple threefold. at least just for the aesthetic of it. Like, I had this idea, it didn't quite work out. I don't know. When I was younger, I was very aesthetic. I cared a lot more about how things looked. I'm way more utilitarian now. Like, give me my thing. I'll take my draw now. Thank you. I'm gonna go take a nap. That's how you know you're old. When you enjoy draws. I know tournament strategies, like, you gotta push a little harder, even if it's just a little. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, everything that I was saying, she was hearing. The entire internal monologue was identical. I could do the most and get the same thing, or just do this and get the same thing. I've done that. Totally have done that. In America, you play 2 rounds a day. First round's not going your way. Draw, take a nap, get up at whenever. That's how I know I'm old and washed. That's how you know. Handshake coming in hot. Now they're just fake calculating. They're just pretending to calculate. They're pretending like there's nothing to see here. But we all know where this is going. Just so everyone knows, I don't like being right. Like, I am a huge fan of Alex's. I want her to win all the time. I'm not like, and any of my criticisms is not putting her down. I'm sitting at my house. I'm not playing this game right now. I have an engine. You know what I mean? Like, but I've been in her shoes a ton, so I do know I can pretty accurately telegraph how she's probably feeling about these particular ideas and like why she would come to those ideas in the first place for both players. But my criticism is not saying like I could do so much better. It's I've made all these mistakes. You will make all these mistakes. Grandmasters make all these mistakes. That's just how it works. Now we're just being silly though, just sitting on this last move. Because she has like one more shot to pull one of these triggers, you know what I mean? So she's just like, you can just see her brain just hoping that one of them works. My dad always says, a good negotiation, neither party leaves happy. And this game is kind of like that. She's only played 2 games? So she took a bunch of buys? Huh. I don't know. I mean, she played great this game. It seemed like a prep issue. Like, it didn't look like she was getting outplayed or tricked. It's like she had her setup. Alex knew what the setup was. Alex was winning. Alex got stoked over a rucksack idea, overcommitted it. And then we got in this awkward position where we only were 15 moves in and almost blew through all of our time, right? In that scramble, there was an attempt at like shaking it up. I think that we've all resolved now, right? Okay, thank you. And we did it. I do wish I was more of an optimist, though. I do wish I was more like, yeah, we're gonna win. For sure. Chess is brutal. This is just how it goes. But good game to both players. This was pretty epic. I'm not gonna lie. There was a lot of ups and downs. I try my best, you know. It's early here, so I'm still I'm kind of waking up. It's been like 4 hours. GG, GG. Yeah. I know you guys were asking about a couple of moves. I'm happy to show them to you while we're doing a little bit of post. Someone said there was a fork with a bishop. Alex will probably call me on Discord here in a moment. And then my camera glitches out because it doesn't let me do OBS and Discord at the same time. I thought I'd getting mad at me. What was the pawn move? The bishop move that you were referring to? I want to let you look at it. I didn't see anything that was like fork, queen, and bishop, insta win in my look, but there was like a pretty... Oh, right here. This is exactly what you're just talking about. Right here. Yeah, of course. This was the worst move of the game. One of them. But I don't care. I don't care that that move happened. Yes, it's wrong. But I don't care that it happened. Because the point of this part of the game, move 25 to move 40, was just get to move 40. So there was a lot of repeating knight moves. There was a lot of moves that were attempted to be inconsequential, and a lot of these moves were done with like 20 seconds left on the clock. So like, I don't really care that she missed this Bolidian idea. I mean, it sucks. That would have been an awesome, juicy opportunity. That would have probably, you know, set up the win. But, you know, whatever. Like, when you have 20 seconds and you're just trying to keep the moves flowing. Right? How much would this change it? It doesn't even change it that much, to be honest, because she's already down a rook, right? So yeah. This is the one you're talking. This is the move you're talking about, right? Right? This exchange, and you wanted this. Yeah, they had like 15 seconds on the clock. You know, who cares? Well, that was exciting. Woof. Alright. She'll be giving me a call here in a second. That was fun, though. Everyone have fun? Everyone enjoy? Good. Very good. Yeah, when she's out of the hall, she'll give me a call. Get my Discord up. Call me for post game. Yeah. Done. Happy. Yeah, draws are great. The older you get, the more you love draws. And the older you get, the more you see like these amazing opportunities that just fiddle into draws anyway. So a lot of the stuff in chess that's super exciting when you're younger, they're just like aesthetic, you know? And a lot of like the brick and mortar chess is... A lot of these roads lead to draw, right? And at the highest level, when you're risking a lot, it's gonna happen, right? I think that the stronger player is the one that is okay with any result, right? but they're always looking for the optimal best result. So essentially, the moment of that game that I would be most critical of wasn't the rook sack per se, it was the speed in which it was done and the motivation behind the rook sack, right? So she was walking away from the board, and then she already had in her mind that she wanted to do this rook sack because it's going to look super sick. She's calling me. Hello.
Hi, hello.
How are you?
I'm good. And
Yeah,
you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I roasted you on this commentary. That was so mean.
Oh my God, this game was so crazy.
I
I don't
know.
know what I was thinking when I sacrificed my pawn and then my rook. And
No, you had a great idea with the sack. The sack was it was just the order, the move order of it. Let me get you on the screen because no one can see.
Okay.
Just a second. Please hold. No, I mean like the problem, in my opinion, had nothing to do with that you sacked the rook. We were just talking about it before you called. It was way more about the speed in which you did it, and that you could tell that you were already going to do that move basically no matter what when you walked away and you came back and you just went bam, done. Here you go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it like if you looked at it a little bit longer, you would have been like, this isn't going anywhere. I can do this sack, move 3, move 4, move 5, move 6. That sack is going to be there, and it is the punchline to the idea. But you had to just like clean up all the pawns and like take the bishop first and just like do like some cleanup moves, you know, like some.
oh wait, what? What I had to do first?
Yeah, you
To
had
take-
okay. So before you take the rook, right? You could do it a couple of different orders. The best one was actually a pretty hard move to find. I don't know if you'd be able to find it, but it was you'd have to play e5 right away, and that creates it's crazy. So this is the cleanest version. So you can play e5, and then they take with the d pawn. They can't take with the knight. And then you take their b pawn, they take their c pawn, they take back, and then bishop takes bishop, and then you sack your rook, and you're completely winning, like 5 points up. So
Really?
Like, yeah. So
Oh
like,
my
so your
God.
instinct that the rook take was good. It was not wrong. It was
you
very
know what?
good.
Yeah.
It just like
So
you had to look at it
I-
longer. You know what I mean? So that's all that was.
I forgot my prep. That is what happened. Because
Really?
I
Because your
knew
prep seems super clean. You got super far. I could tell you knew, because I haven't seen a Nimzovich defense in a long time, and you flew through that like you've been playing it every day. So like you.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
obviously you just prepped for that particular game, but like.
Yeah, I didn't. I was not sure we get into this line, and I remember I looked at it, but I didn't remember the order or nothing. I just knew like, okay, I just if she goes bishop, what is that? G4.
Mhm.
I sacrifice my pawn and then my rook
Yeah.
for the bishop.
Yeah.
Because I saw that in the line, but I didn't remember like what else and the order. And so I
Yeah.
was like, has to be something. It's dangerous, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think at some point she was kind of okay,
Oh, yeah,
even
she-
if she had
she-
very
yeah.
bad bishop, right?
Yeah, so so there was a couple of other weird opportunities. You see the whole game in your head right now? You like, it's pretty fresh, so I feel like you could see most of it in your head. So one thing that was really strange was on the en passant opportunity. I think
I
that,
didn't.
I
I
know.
was.
Was there like, I want to hear like your reasoning behind it. I just felt that was like a really easy
I
move.
almost did it. But I thought like if I do en passant, then the rook can defend, and then he has more squares for the knight. The queen can defend. Everything can defend.
I thought your logic was you didn't want to take it because you wanted to blunt her bishop. So like you wanted you wanted to keep her bishop in a cage. I thought that was like
Yeah.
your logic behind it. Because
Yeah,
you were
that-
scared that the queen would play like b6 and like triangulate onto your king. I feel like that's what
You
you
know
were
what
worried
I was
about.
thinking? I was thinking, okay, I just don't have to exchange pieces, because in the moment I exchange pieces, she will be comfortable.
Much yeah, totally.
And she can move the pieces. Like if
Yeah.
I exchange one knight
Yeah.
or the bishop,
I love that you went
it
time
has
printer
more
mode.
squares there.
Yeah, no,
You know?
your instinct to go like, I'm gonna get to move 40 and time print was like, we were talking, I knew you were gonna do that way before it even happened. Like that was the correct idea, like get to the time bank. And then she tried to like swindle you in that time. She went from like trying to print time with you, and then she like shoves her knight into your side of the board, and then and then she was able to get that pawn, and then it got really nasty. And yeah, then it was,
I don't
yeah.
know, like there was some point, I don't know what was going on there.
Oh no,
because
the eval bar was just bouncing. Like the quality of moves was terrible. You missed this fork where the bishop could like attack the rook and the queen at the same time. Yeah, like but you had like 15 seconds, so who cares? Like no one cares. Like that.
okay,
that
oh
happens.
my god.
But like you were like totally like put up against the wall
Okay,
time-wise.
okay. So when I went to with the bishop to defend the knight or something like that,
Yeah.
actually that's not good because the bishop is very good where was it?
Yeah.
Like in that line threatening the pawn on h7.
And using your knight as the waiting move was not it either, because like it was good to do waiting moves, but you could have just done like king b1, king c1, king b1, king c1, like, and just like, you know what I mean, change none of your piece positioning at all and just kind of print moves just with king moves, I guess. You know what I mean? That would have been probably a little cleaner. You were able to clutch it out. It worked out okay. It didn't really matter, but that just might have been a little bit. If you are in like that move 30 trying to get to move 40, I feel that when you have all your pieces super engaged,
I'm not in move 20 and I'm already in time trouble here.
Well, you both were like,
yes.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, you both got really into it, and so then you basically from move 20 to move 40, like you both had the same mutual goal. And at first it was like you didn't want her to get to that break point, and then you both were comfortable with getting to move. And there was like a point of like 10 turns where you both wanted the time bank, and you were kind of just like on your own sides of the board doing your own little thing. You know what I mean? And then like something switched in her and she's like, I'm gonna go for it. And she threw her knight into the side. Like this is like a move 35 or whatever. And so just before it resolved, she like tried to do like a little bit of a mix up, like when you were flustered in time. So it was weird to have like a classical game, go into a blitz game, go into a bullet game, and then back into a classical game into a draw. It was like a very weird game.
So dangerous for her too.
No, that was so risky. Done.
Yes, I know.
Toast. You just made her immediately. So I would not have done that risk that she did against you in particular, because I'm pretty confident that like in most of those time scrambles, like you're gonna do pretty good. You know what I mean? And so I feel that you would catch most of that most of the time. You know what I mean? So that was a big risk that she could have lost from doing in that printer time.
There is at the end when we repeat.
Yeah.
There is she's in Suxbang. She can, if she moves the queen to what is that, c5, I think it was c5.
All the moves were rook moves, so it would have been like it would have been like rook g2 actually. It would have been like the continuation if she wanted to try to keep it going. But then you still just do the same check and then the rook comes back. It's the same thing. Yeah.
No, but if she does something like queen, what was it?
I don't think she can move her queen.
Queen f5. Queen f5. Now she cannot check my king with the queen anymore. Yeah. So there is a knight. What was it?
Knight's on c3, on f3, right?
Knight h4, attacking the queen and
exactly. There was also knight d2. Knight d2 is really cool as well. Knight d2. So knight d2, queen goes up to f5, and then you kind of just maneuver your knight upward on the queen side. And then you actually bring the knight into the attack to try to help get rid of the bishop. So like you just do a ton of knight maneuvering essentially. That would have been interesting. But there's no reason for her to let you do that. She should just like do the simple draw.
Yeah, but I was thinking like in that line I'm saying like with queen f5 and knight h4, like she can give the queen for the rook and the knight. And she has ton of pawns, but it's not clear because I have a pawn on
I feel like that would have been way too messy. You know what I mean? I was actually confused why she wanted to make it fancier than just like the first simple queen up, queen down. Like I was concerned that she was gonna push too hard and you were just get a free mate somewhere. You know, I was worried for her. You know, like trying to overcomplicate the draw at the end. You know, so. I knew you
Yeah.
were, I knew you were fine. I was just worried that she was gonna do some crazy, because she already did that earlier.
Yeah.
The time pressure thing. She was like really wanting to get that win on you, and so
Yes, I know, and I think probably it was very scary because I was like playing very fast and
it
so
was
aggressive.
clean. No, it wasn't. It wasn't aggressive. It was clean. There, that opening has problems. You exploited those problems. Like, this is what
Yeah.
happens if you play a pet opening. If you have a pet opening that has problems with it, you're going to be encountering those problems more and more and more. And the more you play professionally, the more documentation there is that you're going to play that pet line, and the more you're going to have to experience the worst qualities of it. That's on her. That has nothing to do with you. Like, if for example, if there was an opening like the hippo, and the right answer is just to take space and not press too hard, then the right answer was just to take space and not press too hard. You know, and the right answer against this opening was just to queenside castle and throw a rock at the kingside, like, and that was the correct answer. So.
That's so. I love this game. I don't know. I really enjoy playing this game.
No, that was a great game. You did really well.
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind my commentary when you watch it back. I'm not mean.
No, it's alright.
I'm just.
Don't worry. No.
You know how
Thank
I
you
talk
for
about
doing
it.
commentary. I appreciate. Thank you.
I hope that
And
you're-
today for me is my last round. The tournament is still one round more, but I have to leave before.
Oh, so that was your last game.
For me, it's my last game. So I will keep you update in my Instagram more than anything. I will show you what guys I'm going to do tomorrow.
Yeah, what are you gonna go
Yes.
do? Are you you have to follow on Instagram, everybody. You gotta.
Yes, you have to
Yeah.
follow. But it's a surprise. It has to be with poker, so maybe yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I no idea because this is very random, but I will for sure have something for you. And thank you so much for being here and supporting me and watching the game. I hope it went good, like it was okay.
Yeah, I think everyone had fun. Let's see if there's any questions in the chat before you go. Yeah, it's just comments. You know, just people are just talking their shit.
It's alright.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone. Thank you. I'm very happy with
Yeah,
everything.
you did really well. It
It
was
was
a
a
great
very
game.
nice tournament.
Yeah, that was
And
an
guys-
exciting game. A lot of stuff going
Yes.
on. A lot of I've never seen a classical game that went quite like that one. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen a lot of drawn classical games, but that one was weird. That was an interesting, weird game. So.
Yeah, I hope you like it. And also, this tournament is wonderful. If you want to play it next year,
Yeah, I'd love
think
to. I'm gonna have my passport, so I'm gonna definitely be going out your way more next year, playing Europe.
Yes, that's a good idea. And also the chat. If you
Yes.
have the opportunity, you should come and have this experience. Thank you everyone. I'm going to have some dinner.
Yeah,
now.
yeah, do it. Have a good one. See you later.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Reti.
Yeah, of
Ciao.
course. See ya.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That's it. And we're done. All right, everybody. Hope you had a good one. Thanks for watching. And again, this is RETI. I'll see you next time I'm doing this.
I'm pushing. I'm pushing. I'm taking.
Oh no.
Queening. I'm taking.
I just go.
I'm attacking it.
I just defended.
I'm killing it.
Oh no.
Woo! Queen.